Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Uncle Bandit stream. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe out there. I'm having a pretty nice day today. I've been feeling a little restless lately. I don't know if anybody else feels this, but I've been feeling quite restless. Not really sure what to really do with my time. Which, I mean, I'll probably think of something, but, you know, it's just what I've been feeling. Speaking of restless, today we are continuing our playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. So, without further ado, let us hop back into the videoverse. So when we last left off, Edgeworth played sub to our case. You know, he was a real bro. But now, I believe it is our time to hop back into the case. February 9th. The Hottie Clinic. And the ICU, wow. Huh. Well, he did do a fall. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. Yeah, that's rough. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. Alright. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe Viridian, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is? Our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation. One way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Bye, Edgeworth. Good seeing you. Guess I should get moving, too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the Inner Temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. I'm sick. I'm just a little lad. I'm sick. No problem, pal. Just, try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Yeah, let's go poke around, I guess. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice? Are you here? Hello? I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Okay, so that's the game telling me to come back later. That's okay. Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here. The heroine in my book. It'll make you famous. Enough. A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny-side egg, and you want to grill me over a name? Franzi! Franzi, yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. You can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippy Whip Trip. Gah! Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys for when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Yeah, how have you been? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany, and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now he is gone from this world. Oh yeah, because he, like, murdered someone and he threw him in jail and he probably died. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes. Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. That's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. Jeez. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya. She's gotta be okay, I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Yeah, is there anything I can show you? Not really. I don't think showing her anything would help overall. Mo! That was one long sigh. Ooh. Sister Bikini? My! I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? I think about it. There's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? What the heck? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psych locks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. It is true. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We've got to get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear! Yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Please. I'm curious about a few things if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Duonim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise is here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. Well, there. You did it again. Sister Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Miss Duonim as Mystic Elise. Oh! Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh. It seems Miss Elise Duonim was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Duonim on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Oh, please, Mr. Wright. I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Duonim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? I hope not. That would be traumatizing. According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. Alright. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there's some clues that have yet to be found. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. The Shichishito. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Yeah. The main gate's on the other side of the stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height of the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Duonim was pushed from the top of the wall? Maybe. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying at. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms above me are on the ground floor. Apparently, Miss Duonim was staying in the corner room. Guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Oh. Wait. There's like a little slot under it. I can't examine it. Miss Duonim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? That's like a hole. That hole's gonna bother me. Okay. Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well. I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Oh, man. I'd screw that up really bad. No unauthorized entry, pal. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? But you couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah. That's not what I... It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss Von Karma! Oh. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence. I, Francisca Von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation, so you will follow me. She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? Jeez. How rude. Alright, Oh, you did a good job. Maya, are you alive? Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick. That voice. It's Pearls! Oh, she's okay, thank goodness. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here? Ever since that night? I was so lonely, I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, I am Francisca von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Oh wow, getting to the heart of it. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't say anything. I think she took a moment to debate if whipping the child was, like, a good idea or not, and then just decided to whip Phoenix. Beautiful. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls? Weren't you with Maya? Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Oh, Mystic Maya! Where is she? Hey, wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like that. Giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Yeah, it looks like the furnace was used. Or the incinerator. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Francisca von Karma. I seem to remember. Yeah, that thing was, like, covered in snow and, like, not used. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. What's going on? In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Okay. Building's still up, thank goodness. This gate's still open. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. Who told you that? Who told you that? Ugh. Who told you that? Ridiculous. Oh. Huh. Interesting. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya. She was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. It looks like a psych lock. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. There's also tea all splattered up there. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. Gravy? What's the gravy doing? They did... Hold on, they did say we were having pot roast for dinner. But how'd that get over here? What's the matter? This scroll. It's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. There is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute. I see. Okay, look. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Yeah. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this. Oh, it's... Oh! What's he doing here? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly! Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright. What are you hitting me for? Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? Hey, how's it going? You had some important business, and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell. Do battle with you. You see, Trite, I have experienced something most have not. Death. What? You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, let's just say, modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Then where is she? Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night, and I won't say it again. Chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see that big lock and the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? Do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Hey. It was 2 years ago. So he blames me for Mia dying. Interesting. Mia Fey was pursuing someone. A man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy. Personally. Sure. Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well, then I'd say you'd learn nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this particular looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. The area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key? Huh. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on the trick lock. There's no keyhole? That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accursed back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. I mean, it looks suspiciously like this. I mean, I could... I guess not. I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself. But where's that coming from? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Look, please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How do you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How do you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean that one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kinda garden, you know. A garden? Yeah. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, so, keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Interesting. Oh. It's Maya, written in blood. Reminds me of something. There's a strange feel in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ugh! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... So how's the Inter-Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working on that place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, this place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Well, uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern in the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? It looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, well, it's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do now is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds... pleasant. I am kind of curious about this over here, though. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Donem. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both of the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Huh. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yeah, that is really weird. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Well, no, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Well, oh yeah, there was something I needed to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. I can't tell anyone, got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? It's just a personal story? Is that it? That's it. Gah! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. Although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says... Maya. Yeah, I figured that out, too. Yeah. Before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Maya. So these letters are written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Stonem's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but... it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. No. Know what? That was really bothering me too. I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Maybe not. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donem wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing on the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donem's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? Well, that's not good. So Miss Donem was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If it wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? Oh, but wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry. That's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. Ugh. Yeah, sure was. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. It means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Ugh. Can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Okay. Is there anything else I can examine? It's clear that these torches were burning at some point. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Yeah. That's kind of odd, though. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but, like, this one to the right here has more, like, debris than the other three. I just find that kind of weird. Well, this is odd. Oh, I already... Ooh, I pressed the wrong button. Just the same lines again. Do-do-do. Talk about, wrestling and all that. Alright, let's, We're gonna take one side trip over to... Oh, I guess not. It seems you have a visitor. Oh, it's Iris. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Hold it! Wait, Edgeworth. I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya's returned, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse me. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. I appreciate that very much. Ooh. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? Oh. On the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. You talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it was all my fault this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who've said that to me! I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psychlocks of hers. Wait, no. No, not my... Oops. Take that! Boy, lady. Elise Duonim. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Duonim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. Really? Okay, Phoenix. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes. I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Duonim's true identity. Wait. Crane Master's talisman. I only know of one Crane Master. Take that! Miss Duonim had this charm with her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Duonim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Duonim's true identity. What else do we find? We found the scroll. I don't think any of this other stuff kind of fits with it. The only other thing we found was the scroll. It is obscured by gravy. It was hidden. I wonder why that... Wait, are they trying to... Hold on. Is Elise Misty? Okay, so if Elise is Misty, then why are they trying to hide that? Take that! The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Korean channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Oh! This crest is reserved for the master of Korean. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty! Oh, okay. Well, that was easier than I thought. Yeah, Elise is Misty. Oh, and she's dead too. That's, unfortunate. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Korean talisman is the symbol of the master of Korean. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So Elise Duonim was really Maya's mother, huh? That's a bummer. Sad. She was Misty Fey, the master of the Korean channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Oh God. What's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall might very well cave in! What? Maya! Oh, no. Also, Edgeworth is scared of earthquakes. Ah, I remember this. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Oh, that's good thinking. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. Yeah, because Edgeworth is scared of earthquakes. He has a phobia of earthquakes. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. I need to make sure he's okay. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right. What are you doing here? Gah. How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? Where did she go? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. And you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check out the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. Manhunt's not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Let's go and do it. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Oh. Oh. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, what are you doing? Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Did you fail? Did you, like, fail to open it and it created more locks? Is that the bit? I don't know. I don't know, chat. I'm trying the best I can. But yep, we're gonna save our game now. Gonna take a little drink break. Do. All right. Let us go on. So, you mind explaining yourself, Iris? No offense. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah. The trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't... It's not possible for me...
What? During the earthquake when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks?
Yes.
If only I was stronger. That's like a Fire Emblem death quote there, man. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green.
Miles Edgeworth, go and get some fresh air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself.
Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine!
There's no telling what sort of mistake you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth.
Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here.
Yeah, take a load off, Edgeworth. You had a moment there. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help. If I can't help solve those bothersome puzzles.
I see.
Well, thank you for your help.
Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but...
But what?
Then I saw these chains here. I saw all those extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this?
I don't know.
If it wasn't you, who could it have been?
It would have to have been someone that, like, knows about this stuff, yeah?
These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks?
I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. They wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What?
Iris, try to think, please. Is there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
Whole day?
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place.
Will you do this for us?
Sure. I'll do whatever I can.
We've gotta wait another day?
Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now.
You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Phoenix Wright?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you?
Please, Iris, don't give me that look.
You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the night of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too.
being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Okay, those are 3 locks. Okay. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. I'll be back. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There is a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely, you don't suspect... Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? For some reason, I'm, like, stressed out. I don't really know why. So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No. Though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago. When we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. And then people died, it was awful. Yes. I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there. But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every case file I ever worked on. And I was right. I'd seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store, or... a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No. That woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes. I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. Totally. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Oh, we found something. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Alright. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. I'm actually gonna be, like, right back. I'm really sorry. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the interruption there. I had to handle something really, really quick. So, anyway, let's hop back to it. Yeah, we're gonna check out Larry. Yeah. See if he's come out of hiding. Oh! Mr. Nick! Pearls! What are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well... we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey! What do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the Loser's Shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the... what now? The Loser's Shack? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Loris did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. Yeah. Just stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream.
She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Lorries...
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It's exactly like I drew in the picture.
And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value.
Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face?
Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls. But yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Duonim's room reading a book together. But Miss Duonim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
Oh. Pearls. Oh, okay.
I have been a bad girl. That's why I am being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power, it has disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls. Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you.
Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Okay, I'll be back. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while, either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh. Is everything okay in here?
Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern?
It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Kurain tradition.
We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes. You were telling me how the Master of Kurain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said... Someone is trying to destroy the Kurain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them.
Oh, interesting. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Kurain, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed?
Interesting.
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask-to-mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most.
It's pretty cool.
Pretty poggers, bro. The Korean technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be, like, really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake? Probably the DL6 incident.
Oh, it was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is?
I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file.
Oh yeah, DL6.
The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Oh. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
Sure was.
A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Though Mystic Maya's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurned into action.
But that man...
He was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right. He was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media. The public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan.
Does she mean Maya?
Huh.
Interesting.
The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. It's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister, too. An older sister named Mia.
Oh yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life. As a result. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Kurain Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Really? I thought she didn't have kids. Wait. Did Morgan have kids? What? Iris is what? She kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearls Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child, she's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. She's in prison now, isn't she? Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. She's in big prison. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearls. Wait. So that's who that was. I was like, man, she looks a lot like Dahlia. No wonder, because she's a twin. Wait. Okay, what? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low, when Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master. He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Oh. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. She was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Anything going on out here? Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? Oh, it's Gumshoe. No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me! No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Korean. Oh, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost. Along the way, I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh, he's into reggae, I guess. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Oh, hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been standing there? I, just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That Bob Sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here. But I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Tell me about this letter. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? Well, I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? Oh, you got me. Oh, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. All I find is some burnt-up old letter. Burnt-up old letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. So that's what was getting burnt up, I guess? There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? Right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to this case. Spirit mediums? Dang it, Gumshoe. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Be careful. Once night falls, something should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is blank. She is our something. The whole something. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this, burn the... Also, make sure not to tell anyone about this letter. Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. What? Weird. Whose is this? So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shichishido that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah. Man, is it tiring work? Let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You want to know? We gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? Does he just have a metal detector? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. Yeah. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away, folks. Well, want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? I'll help him. Oh, come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. Absolute best. So sensitive you could make it cry. So high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. Possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Somewhere, right? Sure. That's what we're trying to find out. Right, so, first, let's turn the detector on. Oh, that's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around to give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press the A button to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metal objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. Well, what's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. Even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue that's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. That Shichishido next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. You know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. Trap? For detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those. Got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached down, then bam! I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. What's this? A pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detective sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, Wright. And don't go losing it. Hey, I found a $1 coin. Huh? Well, money? If you find money, you have to turn it in to the police. Or a detective. If the owner doesn't come forward within 6 months, you get to keep 10%. The other 90% goes to, to the police department. Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will ya? Here's the coin. Happy? I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective. Yikes. Talk about a serious case of denial. Yeah, I'm curious about this hole. This looks like a wallet. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so put a bell on it. You still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Oh, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. This is Miss Stoneham's staff, isn't it? It's made of metal? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reading to it. Is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? Don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector you find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing's causing a racket. Yeah, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... Gumshoe. The top is coming off. Oh, look what you've done! You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Oh! That's a sword. Oh. Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be... the murder weapon? Whoa. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. Yeah, I'm aware. I have played Bloodborne. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. But I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. The thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shichido, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. But there's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it had been wiped off. See you later, pal. See ya. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Yeah. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and Well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been marked. Please, Detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern.
You're looking kind of Viridian there.
Okay, just stop it with the face, pal.
One thing, though. The staff's secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished.
I understand.
This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Okay, now, you take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, Detective.
Don't worry. She'll be fine.
Gumshoe.
You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal?
Sure. Thanks.
Oh. Gumshoe's a real one.
I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Duonim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Self-protection? I don't know. The only place I can think to go is to bother Pearls. Where is she? I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. I suppose I'll have to check back later. Okay, so Pearls later. That's fine. Let's go meet up with Edgeworth and see if we have anything to kind of talk about. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister?
What? A twin?
You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but... Problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin.
There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked.
Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think.
A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is.
I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Dahlia. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right?
Yes, exactly.
Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please.
It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died.
You're talking about Terry Falls, right?
You know about that case?
You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago.
Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Boosh. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking.
Her sister?
Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife.
Oh. This is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. This feels very noir. This feels like a very noir kind of setup. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out?
Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case.
Why are you so sure about that?
It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead.
What?
Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak.
What? What does it mean? What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Yeah, that happened. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! Grr. At the time, Dahlia... It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Oh. Yeah, it does take a while for death penalties to come through, usually. Because there's like a whole kind of system of appeals. But yeah, that's, wow. Executed. I'm sure that that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. Ooh, what's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Kurain channeling technique. Did you say Kurain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Right. The DL6 and all that. I was called up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened. You know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth. You'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Kurain channeling technique is real. Interesting. Sorry, you're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. Wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. You were acting for the defense in the trial today. Darn it. Yeah, I'll get back to you. I'm gonna see if Pearls is back yet. No, she is not. Okay. So we have to talk to Iris. I almost said Dahlia there. That was not right. Take that. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes. That's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. That would be a few people. I believe Bikini said she... yeah. It was Bikini that saw her, like, outside and about. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Oh. Yeah, she needed to ring the lights out bell at 10 o'clock. And she couldn't, like, be ready to go, already left the main hall before doing the lights out bell. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No. That's right. I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of... Then hold on. Then who summoned her spirit? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because, like, if Dahlia's dead, and Iris is alive, and they both look the same, roughly, then someone would have had to have summoned her spirit using the Korean technique, and I only know, like, 2 different people that can do that. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. Look, you're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. Dahlia Hawthorne, Big Dead. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. Oh, that snuck up on me. Oh, give me a sec. Something got caught in my throat there. Jeez. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah! Yeah, we did it. So, like, did she actually, like, do it? I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I had been spotted at the Inner Temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month, just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because it sounds crazy. That's why. Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on the Eagle Mountain 11 years ago. Yes, I am aware of it. That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge. On our father. Revenge? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the Master of Karain. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and her home behind. He hated that place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. That's sad. That is very sad. Wow. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally. She's also in prison right now. That was also my fault. I apologize. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fey clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Ah. Good to know. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock. Alright, thank you for your time. Goodbye! Alright, we gotta find pearls. Pearly, pearly, pearly! Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick.
You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, you've already polished them all off.
I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, Pearls, we're gonna have a little talk now, okay? I'm an adult. You can trust me. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dionim's room reading a book together, correct? Yes. I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Dionim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Well, it would have to be the Inner Temple, because that's where we found her. And she couldn't have left until after, so... You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. I would assume she was worried about Maya, because that's what she was talking about. I remember, like, they were talking up how, like, grueling this training was, and she felt really bad about signing Maya up for that. So she was worried about her. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Whoa! Whoa. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. Oh. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It's probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow. So I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell? The Hazakura Temple bell's pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Yeah, that is kind of odd. Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Oh, no. Pearls. Pearls, what did you do? You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? By who? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you... In the incinerator of the Inner Temple. Pearls. You were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator. I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. I thought she can't read. Did that change in the span of the game? I could have swore she wasn't able to read, but I guess I was wrong. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it. Whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... Well, that would be the twin. That would be Dahlia. Well, that would have to be it. Right? Like... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. And she used... And I guess she used the hood to cover her hair color. Because that's, like, their defining feature, essentially. Like, if you look at their profiles, they're essentially the exact same model. Except that Dahlia has red hair. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Like, she's in jail, so it couldn't have been her. No. I think it'd be either her or Morgan, but Morgan's in solitary confinement. She definitely looks up to Elise. Well, Misty. Well, Elise. But like she's dead. Like, she's actually dead. Why would she ask to channel someone to kill herself? So it'd have to have been Morgan. But how would have Morgan done that? Even. Like, okay, it is Morgan. I'm not sure how, though. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls? We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How did you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. What? Alright, let me read this. Channel her spirit. Her name is blank. She is our blank. The whole blank. Here's a picture of her. Use it blank. When you use it when you channel her. I know you can. Gravely roast the... Oh! See, I thought that was a weird phrasing, like gravely roast the master in the fire of Hades. I figured it was like, oh, to send him to hell, but like... No, she misread gravely for gravy. Like the gravy from the roast. I think that's what that was. Like, that's why there's a bunch of gravy on the stupid scroll. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah. What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? You didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How did you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Duonim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Okay, so she's just not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Sure, Miss Duonim taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me. The only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit, kiddo. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing. And I couldn't even do it right. It's probably good that you messed up, Cole. Also, like, what the heck? Like, why are you getting your youngest child involved in like, killing your and being a kinslayer? What the heck? After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture of the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Khura'in, like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Well, why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started. I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed there where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. Oh. That's precious. That's... Man, I know that. That's like a real, like, kid thing that happens. I threw the letter into the incinerator. Then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you... And let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried? Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. What? But the only time that happens is if they're, like, alive. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. That is a point. But who could have channeled that spirit? Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yup. It's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl's could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. Oh. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearls. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it, and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Oh. Man, that's... Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. Oh... Pearly, 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 pearly. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There's a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. Weird. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already? Who could have opened it? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to say to her? Huh. Oh, it's Godot. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that. And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What'd I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. You'll hear it from me. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. Oh. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Oh, right, because of the like statute of limitations for like masters and stuff. If she's gone for 20 years, then they just choose a new one. I remember this. It's weird. It's like the long-term memory stuff I can get. It's just not like some of the short-term stuff. But I'm gonna take a quick drink here. All right, chat. Let's go to the trial. Let's settle this. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me. What's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh. I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, it's Edgeworth. I wasn't sure what it was. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I've heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is it? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. Oh. So Franziska's like, get out of my way, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm the best. I'm Franziska von Karma. With the head nun's assistance. Naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were right yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. It's kinda weird. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Stonem. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Oh. You sound serious, chat. Oh, we got the original judge back. Cool.
Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Your Honor? What are you?
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. Yeah, I guess the facial hair runs in the family.
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. But we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Hey, Iris. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to anyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Duodem?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court! Order!
Wait. Something she said there was really interesting. Alright, here's a thought, chat. I have a thought.
So, Pearl's put out the theory that she couldn't summon Dahlia because someone else had summoned her instead. What if that person was Misty? I think it would also align with... like... It would also align with the opening of the letter before. Because I think what it was is... Hold on. It was Misty that saw this last part. Bravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. Misty knows that she's the master, but Pearls doesn't. Pearls shows this part of the letter because she doesn't understand the word. She reads it because she's an adult and goes, oh, well shit, they're talking about me, aren't they? So to basically look, so when Pearls falls asleep, she sneaks over, looks at the letter, and goes, oh dear. I'm going to summon Dahlia so that I can prevent Pearls from summoning Dahlia. That's her plan. So her plan is to summon Dahlia so that, I guess, Pearls doesn't. That has to be it.
Order of the court. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Oh, well, I guess... Yeah, her testimony is bullshit. Okay. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Whoa, what? Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming... Maya? Oh, that's bad.
Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
Oh, that's extremely bad. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh, man. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes. Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right?
Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. Sure, it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman.
Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
The real murderer. Saw it all happen in the garden. That checks out. That... Okay. Can you describe the moment in which Mystic Maya kills... Or in which Mystic Elise tried to kill Mystic Maya? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. Yeah. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Oh. And like, Worcestershire sauce is like rotted anchovies or something. Like, it's something, like, very nasty. But apparently quite good. Yeah. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? I mean, yeah, I kinda do. Like, there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. My job. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Oh.
Okay, now, let's continue. That can't be right, because the staff is the sword. Whoa! Because, like... Sister Iris. There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Stoneham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Stoneham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Oh, that is true. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating. Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? The long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Well, I mean, the fact that she claims that she used a dagger and we haven't found a dagger would be kind of concerning, but... I mean, yeah, go off. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony cannot be trusted. Because Miss Elise Stoneham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Yeah, because, like, that's her daughter, dude. Elise Stoneham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Stoneham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey?
Ah! No! Not Misty Fey!
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Kurain channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true? Mr. Wright, was Elise Duonam actually the great mystic Misty? Indeed. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Ugh. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted. You have no idea, Gramps. Did you get to your point? Like, already? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Oh! Well, that's where that knife is. Cool.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Misty turned into Dahlia. I think that's what happened.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Yeah, because Dahlia would not know about the sword and the staff. Like, that's the bit. Like, she wouldn't know about the sword and the staff. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
The dagger was stuck to the backside of the pine tree. Oh! When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I think he's not keeping track. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Interesting.
Now then. The testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever. I don't know about that.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Mystic Maya stumbled. Okay. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Does that jive with anything? I believe we have the autopsy report. I can at least check it. Wait. Well, that's not right. If she had her back to the stone lantern, how could she have been stabbed in the back? She would have been stabbed in the front. At least that's what I'd think. Oh, I screwed up. They aren't, are they?
Not at all. Mr. Wright, please think...
Did I screw up? Oh, I probably should have presented it here. I think that's what that was. At least that's what I think it was. Yeah. I got a little ahead of myself. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Face stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Aha!
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? What is the meaning of this?
Huh. It's simple. People are like books. They've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful stab, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness is quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Azakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, a stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
I kind of figured it was decoration. Like it was just sort of there to, like, decorate the place. Or something, I don't know.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night.
Well, there were, like, torches around.
There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. Also explains why they didn't recognize each other. They can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Yeah, dang it.
Order, order, order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Huh. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Oh boy. The judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood?
How did Godot not know about it? It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yes. That's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her.
But my thing is that why is it upside down?
Like, if you're writing it, right, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Like, if you're writing a last message, you would want to write it in a way that's immediately readable, I would hope.
It certainly looks that way.
Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
Well, we're talking about the message written in blood.
Huh.
Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Could it be... Oh! He can't see the bloody writing at all?
He can't... All he sees is red. His visor's red, so of course he can't see blood.
Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Jonim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong!
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. But see, I don't know how it ended up upside down. The only thing I can think of is that it fell over, but it's like a giant stone, like, lantern. Like, it's not light. Like, I don't know if, like, the force of a body could knock it over. Like, it's probably pretty sturdy.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tech tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I keep wanting to call it Dusty. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and
did that thing that I did. Yeah.
I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked.
Interesting.
So you removed the body?
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae Clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
You called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect her. So you removed the body by yourself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the bridge. And I used the snowmobile. I remember there was only one set of tracks with that snowmobile. Yeah. So, did you ride up with the snowmobile?
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
Yes, about the tracks.
Why is there only one set of tracks? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important.
When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
Huh. This should be fun.
You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
All right. The only way we can prove that the snow stopped before then would be the weather report. Well, that can't be right. Because if she was murdered at... Well, she was murdered sometime between 10 and 11. But the snow stopped... No, she couldn't have... The snow couldn't have ended because the lightning had already struck the bridge. Pretty much. Wait, what? Your Honor, I screwed up. How'd I screw up? Ah, dang it. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Am I nuts?
Oh, okay. I think I have to present it here. Because this is the line that says that she used Dusky Bridge. Overall. And then we have proof that she couldn't have used Dusky Bridge. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! No!
Order, order, order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you.
Old man. Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. Objection. You've stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? Hey, Intent, how's it going? Honestly, I find it kind of funny how clueless the judge is and how often he gets bullied. Yeah, it is a good bit. It is a good bit. I feel like it's like a... I don't know. I feel like it's a... I want to say it's a commentary on something, but I doubt it. It might be, but who knows?
Objection!
It is only human to err. It's only pirate to R. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Yeah.
All right then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. But how have you been, Intent? I hope you've been doing well. Will this be her final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Been good playing Minecraft? That's awesome, that's awesome. I heard recently that you get both the Bedrock and Java versions for Minecraft now when you buy it on PC, which is pretty cool. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Huh. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Interesting. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder.
Trite. I'm only gonna say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Jeez, this guy.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Alright. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. There really isn't much to this testimony. Is there a way to cross a burning bridge? This is like the only definitive statement she makes. So there has to be something with this, maybe. No? Photo of Elise, no. Other data. Tracks photo, not really useful. Crime photo, also not really useful. The drawing, maybe? Yeah. But see, how am I supposed to, like, explain that, though? Like, it's the only thing we have, don't get me wrong, that indicates an alternate way of crossing the bridge, but, like, I don't know how we're gonna, like... how we're gonna explain that, you know? That's what I'm kind of wondering. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness?
I need to check something real quick.
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, 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 go. Miss Elise Duonim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Duonim.
Brilliant? Highly gifted.
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's pretty wild. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it?
Man.
Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? You're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument.
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Huh. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurie Stoneham is... what had to have been what happened. It had to have been what he saw. That's the only way that this makes sense. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
Whoa! That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the Inner Temple yet. I wish they had. I think I screwed up. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Oh, okay. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth. Oh. It just hit me.
Alright, then the witness will now return to her testimony.
What? Hey.
That's rude.
Now I have to go through this? It all comes back to this.
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. I do actually get it now. The reason Godot said upside down is because it was Larry's viewpoint from looking at it upside down.
Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
So it would be a contradiction. It's not that she's flying, it's that she's, like, falling? Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Lawrence Stoneham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again.
Okay, Trite.
Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
It would have to be the lady. No. But no, the lady... Wait. Okay, let's think about this. If I'm Larry, I'm looking at this bridge. Wait. No, that's... Oh! I think I get it now. I think it's these things. Because I remember they were talking about a suspension cable hanging down. And I think this is what those are. It's the wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Huh.
Is that thing that contradicts reality?
It is indeed.
And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
It'd be the photo that we just got, because, as you can see, the, what's it called? The cords, or whatever they are, the suspension things, hang down. Like, they're not raised up like that. Initially, I thought he was depicting, like, the rope bit, maybe, or something else, but, yeah.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. but on the actual Dusky Bridge.
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
The wires are below the guard wires.
What? What are you talking about, Wright?
Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
With someone like Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh.
Ugh. No way.
Laurice Jonem witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Which means that she wasn't falling, or she wasn't flying, she was falling. Which raises a whole new bit of questioning.
So then this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurice Jonem's sketch is like this. Oh dear. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous.
Swinging?
Objection!
Of all the things to say, pendulum?
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. He used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Really? Interesting. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds about right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
Oh, she used one of the anchors. Or one of the, what's it called?
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Like, it would have to be this photo, wouldn't it? Because if you can see that the rope is loose there. Like, at least that's what I think. Like, that's what it would have to be.
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, you can just look at it. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ugh, yes, my beard is glorious, but this is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Jonem's body.
Oh. Really?
That's nuts. Because there was simply no other way to move the body.
Holy cow, that's devotion.
Well, like, why not then dump it into the river? Go, 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 go. Unless she is trying to frame someone.
Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? It's not a me stream unless I knock something off my desk. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Did you have any actual evidence that the body was swung like a pendulum? It would be this sphere, I think. Because if you look at the map that we got, the sphere was found right there. So if you can see, the wire would have been able to reach that, I think. That makes sense to me, at least. So I think it's the sphere. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Look at the map. We can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, what was the spot where the... That was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report.
Oh, okay.
It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. Oh, okay. I get it now.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off of Miss Elise Donham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
It is.
Crystal was found.
Oh! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh? And what would that be?
The aroma. Huh? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Oh.
I think it had to have been Iris. Because she said before we came here that she wasn't able to go back to Inner Temple. So... Oh no. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the Inner Temple Garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten. To have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen in Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
So how are you going to get the court to believe in a channeling technique? Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with? Who are you? What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
What? Are you serious? Trite?
You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Well, that would have to be it. But who's channeling her? Is Maya channeling her? If she's channeling her, how...
Let's go with it. Let's see what happens.
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Wait.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just wanted to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine.
No, the honor's all mine.
Oh, that's a cool effect.
But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. I'm screenshotting that. Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? What?
Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister... She's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. So that totally is Maya.
The Kurain channeling technique. Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. This is nuts. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Yeah, it is kind of wild when you put it like that. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Like, come on. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Then where's the real Iris? Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Huh. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. What is going on? It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. But she did escape at one point. Let's get that right. She did. There was an escape attempt. She ran back to the thing. There were a ton more locks before. Phew. Thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means we must have switched places somewhere. Yeah, when...
Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one.
Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh? Explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown?
What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Miles Edgeworth. Sorry, Miles. Sorry. Studies foreign judicial systems now. Oh.
But this is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
Ooh. Oh, my back.
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. Oh. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Wow. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. It all comes back around, huh? I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. Wow. That's nuts. Holy cow. That's wild, chat. That's wild stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick drink, and then we'll get to the rest of this trial. Okay, chat. Let's do it. Let's go.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems as that if we're to learn the truth, we need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Did she intend for her to die? That's nuts. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Oh.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
They were mentioning about Branch family trying to kill main family, because... You know, that's a thing. So, like, what? You were executed last month, correct?
Yes. I was hanged? It wasn't exactly pleasant.
Dude, what? I won't lie, I wasn't expecting hanged.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Huh. Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. I want to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
Oh dear.
Yeah, you're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had spiritual powers. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
That makes sense.
Abandoned.
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Dude, your dad was a jeweler. I'm pretty sure he was okay for cash. I'm just saying. Unless I'm, like, misjudging how much money jewelers make. Like...
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back.
Which is, like, super messed up.
All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? Interesting. You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
Gah. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin? On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple?
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Do you think she cares? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, you are not being helpful. How it succeeded? You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. What? Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl. Did they kill Maya? That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. Then why'd you do it? That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Yeah, exactly. Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. What? But you're dead, though. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? For this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne. She had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plans so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She's meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. I need to get more information out of her. Only way to understand. Huh. I think I get it. I think I understand now. She wanted to get back at Mia, who's, like, dead. But, like, does she know that? I don't think she knows that. But that would be what it would be. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
Yeah, I wanted to take revenge on Mia Fey for getting her guilty and sent to prison. To get executed. I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew that this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes. And I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia. That was the reason I helped with that woman's plan. Oh. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me.
Yeah.
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise Stoneim who channeled her after all. Huh. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Oh no. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
What?
You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern?
Wait, does that mean the real Iris is in the cavern right now? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. It kept getting interrupted while I was working it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see it. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come make sure that the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. and I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... yeah... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
Gugh.
No way!
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Objection. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? No. Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Oh,
Oh, it's his phone. It's Godot's phone. Sorry. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Pretty swanky. Godot here. Okay, thanks.
was it something important?
I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fay?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! She can't be dead, can she?
It seems that this case has come to an end. Tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dotem, also known as Misty Fay, was her own daughter, Maya Fay. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fay jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can't be. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fay threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Inner temple. Yeah, she wouldn't have landed in the river. She would have landed on the rock shelf that's right there. In which case, we would have found her, like, quick as a wicket. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh.
Ooh.
You're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Huh. You finally figured it out. You... No! Oh.
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct.
That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you were talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body, then? Yeah, I think she's totally possessing Maya right now. Because, like, she said she woke up in the sacred cavern. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What?
Maya Fey's here? You say she's here in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Yeah, who is channeling her? Yeah, if it's not Misty and it's not Pearl, it's not anybody at the temple, then it would have to be Maya, ultimately. Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That's pathetic, little sniveling runt. Ah, but she didn't, though. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? What?
What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her.
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean... That's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
Wow, interesting.
Don't say that.
Whoa, that was scary.
You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course.
Oh! Mia! Oh! Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh man, things are getting nuts.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
You're something else.
But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just courted Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Whoa, she did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. Though it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Well, think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago, the fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. It's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey? Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten the spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Grr. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You... Oh... You're wrong! It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oh. Aye. Oh. Hi there. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Whoa. Maya? Nick? Sis? Oh, please get her help.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes. I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Currane channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, well, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
Huh. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial. It isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Rump! It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Oh.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Police drone him. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Yeah, this isn't over? What? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution's ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who's this final witness?
Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through.
No. We need to find the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite. I got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You got some nerve.
That's not going to happen this time.
This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Oh, okay.
Hey, you doing all right? I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? You had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday. You wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. Yeah, that's... I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Huh. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes. 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. Oh. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dronim, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Oh, she has a cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but... The path to the Inner Temple was cut off. The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Whee! It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally. It's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself.
To be continued. Okay, I think that's gonna be... I don't know. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold that off until next week. I don't know how long this next part's gonna take. Like, honestly. I don't know where this thing is going. So I think I'll just save it for next week and hope that we make good progress and all that. Unless someone tells me otherwise. But anyway, without further ado, I'm gonna roll it over now to the aftermath. So what did we learn today? We learned that the best way to hide yourself from a vengeful spirit is to just, you know, channel them into your own body. We also learned that Detective Gumshoe has his own detective song to the tune of Everything's Gonna Be Alright. We also learned that the best way to bring a dead body over a gorge while the bridge is on fire is through pendulum, the power of gravity. Anyway, thank you for coming out to the Uncle Bandit stream. If you enjoyed streams like this, don't be afraid to leave a follow. If you want to help support the stream, you can also sub and donate. Those things really help me out. If you want to check out any old playthroughs or keep up with any current playthroughs, you can head over to the Uncle Bandit stream archive over on youtube.com. And if you want to keep up with any stream updates, like playthrough announcements, or just want to see what I'm up to, you can check me out on Twitter at Uncle_Bandit. This has been it for me. This has been Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. And I will see you all next time.